Alright. Today I got something dumb. So, what I got today is I got dumb bat idea from like I guess it was Wednesday? Um I don't know why it not work. Come on. There we go. I don't know why I needed that. But it did. And OBS please. Alright, so now VS Code please. We good? Can I Oh yeah, retiring.net support. I don't care. Alright. Can I do shit now? Deprecated extensions. Don't worry about it. Alright, so. What is this dumb thing? It's actually really simple. All it does is it turns all Iridium bats red. Right? And the question is, how does it do it? It does it by using Harmony. I've patched the bat constructor, right? Specifically the one that takes a vector and an int, and I patch it with this. Now I do have a mod config here, and there's some stuff here. I want to make a couple of other things. And now this should allow me to So now with these options, basically I can choose whether I just want to turn Iridium bats red or whether I want to change all bats. Well, actually, this would be all bats. Whether I want to just do the regular Iridium bats, whether I want to only change the bats when they're in the Skull Cavern, whether I want to change Haunted Skulls, Magma Sprites, or Haunted Dolls, because these are also bats, technically. So I can do that. And so in order to do this, I want a bat transformer class thing. I don't think I can make a single. Yeah, I don't have like a. What am I looking for? I don't have a code templates. There we go. That's the word. And this is beautiful, dude. I love this operator. I can just check if it's null, assign new to it, and return that. This is like so compact, dude. I do like this. And now this should just return whether or not we transform it based on the mod config. That way I don't have to go through here, I'll just pass a reference to it, I think. If I make an enum, if I put, can I put abstract methods here? Can I do that in here? We'll see. Contain a non-abstract type. Can I make it virtual then? Oh, virtual has to be, okay, hold on. I remember what these keywords do. Oh, so it provides a base implementation. Okay, so I don't think enums can have methods. Nah, there really isn't. There really isn't. Okay. So I think I do need a location evaluator to determine where we are. Man, those methods, methods are really, really useful. So maybe I don't want enum then. I can make this a struct then. Right? So this struct, I gotta remember what these are and how they work. A value type encapsulated data structure, group related variables together. Yeah, okay. Can I have methods? Yep, I can. Okay. That's pretty much all I need. And this is allocated directly on the stacked. Stacked. Yeah, stacked. It's allocated directly on the stack, and they are inlined and stuff. Okay, so that's fair. Is that... I think I want params. Let's have a valid collection type. Params int array. There we go. Boom. I remember how this works. Okay, so now I need to do floor min equals floor min, floor max equals floor max, and floor exclusions. Can I do floor exclusions? I mean, it's technically an int array. It's just parammed. I might only need this. I don't know, we'll see. Can I do this? No, dude. It won't do that. Oops. No, what are you doing? Wait, do you have and keyword You don't. That's Python. Okay. So we'll be at the location. Why would I? Okay. I mean, I guess it says I can make it read-only, so whatever. So then I can define different floor locations. No, what are you doing? So it should be less than or equal to. I guess I can do less than or equal to for that too. I guess I want the volcano. But I need to remember what floors those are. I believe the wiki will actually say okay. Damn, okay. I'm gonna need to figure this out then manually. That's annoying. Okay. I also don't know why it's not showing this, which it def should. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna move this down here. And what I want to know is, so this is the quarry mine floor, 77,377. Minus 555 is magma sprite, minus 556 is magma sparker. Minus 789, I believe, is probably the witch swamp. But minus 666 is also the witch swamp, which confuses me. So if I want the volcano, this should be minus 555 to minus 556, I guess. And this can be minus 666 to minus 789, I guess. Because there's no overlap between these two, so I guess that works. Yeah, new. It's gonna be 121 to integer. What the, hello, holy moly. Maybe it's in, yeah, int.max value, there we go. And then we need to ignore the quarry floor. And the quarry floor is 77,377. Oh, what are you doing? I can't call base class constructors. Oh wait, I can call this though. That's right, because it doesn't extend anything. Whoops, I was I was done goof. So now I have this. And then I would suppose that the mines would need to get the game location to see if it's, or sorry, the farm, to see if it's on the farm. And so now this bat doesn't actually track where it is. I might not want this. Oh, I'm gonna need. There are things that I'm gonna need. There's this, but this does not. This is just the farmhouse. Maybe in the game location. Okay, there's a boolean to determine if it's the farm, which is good. I want to see if there's like a list of monsters or something like that. Uh, huh. Are you going to... Okay, so this is what we need. We need characters. That's a list of characters, which would be a list of monsters. So the game location does have a list of monsters because there's a list of characters, and then monsters are characters. This is true. But what I'm really curious about is, can I get the current location from the game? I should be able to. Instance game location. I guess I should just control F it. Instance game location. Should be used in a couple of places. Current location. I probably want a current location. So now what I want to know is I can have all of that, but what about what's it? Like I can get the current location, but like where the heck is the farm in all of this? Oh, maybe it's this thing called fucking farm. You think about that? So then what I would want to know is if the game location is the farm, I guess I would want to know if not like how does it add monsters to this? And then it has a virtual mine level. Look at that. That's for that. This is what spawns the red iridium bats. And that does 172 because this is like, yeah, to make it an iridium bat. Otherwise, it spawns a regular bat. And then these are different bats. These are all just the different bats, which fair enough. And it does so by simulating a combat, or sorry, whatever it is. What is this item ID? Hold on, I need to. I need to know. Go back. Go back. Go back to where I was before. I don't want to be here. Take me back where I was. I was on the farm. I'm pretty sure I was on the farm, right? I was looking at how you spawn flying monsters. Yeah, right here. So you have to contain, your inventory has to contain. Wow, that's interesting. So you have to have a galaxy sword specifically. That's so weird. That's so weird. There is a 1% chance when a bat spawns on the farm that it will be a red iridium bat if you have a galaxy sword in your inventory. If you have an infinity sword, it does not spawn it. And it has to be a galaxy sword specifically. Galaxy hammer doesn't work, galaxy dagger doesn't work. It has to be a galaxy sword. If you are combat level 10 and you have a galaxy sword, there is a 10%, or sorry, there is a 1% chance to spawn a red Iridium bat on the farm whenever a monster is spawning. Whenever a flying monster is spawning. Wow. That is weirdly specific. Now, I don't know if this is going to work in multiplayer. Because in multiplayer, it might be weird. But I'm not going to worry about it too much. Anyway, so basically what I can do is I can check to see if it's the farm. The current location is, is farm. So this is checking if the current location is the farm, but if there's like another player to host player, it's weird, right? It's weird. Because the host player sends information to that, and then I guess maybe it spawns on that, and then it sends that information back. I don't know. We're just gonna do this. So now now that I know if the current location is a farm, which is important because this is just the simulated mine level or the actual mine level, right? So now with the mod config, I can I make this a predicate? Don't you have predicate? Yeah. We'll call it like enabled. So then we'll return whether make this like this, whether enabled for the config and that. Okay, I thought I had weird syntax highlighting stuff going on there. We're fine. Enabled enabled. Holy moly, I can spell. There we go. So now that I got this, I can just actually check here. And so this would be C dot turn all bats into red iridium bats. Could I like specify it as in like mod config dot like get? Right, because this is object references required. Yeah. Okay. I might have to do this. So if we're on the mines, then it's only if we're turning all bats into red iridium bats. Go Cavern red bats would be only if C dot turn all bats into red iridium bats is enabled. And this is going to be to like 171. Okay, let's see. Iridium bat. Only appears on floors 20 and 40, like exclusively. Appears at floor 51 plus and on prehistoric floors. Okay, so this is interesting. Actually, what I presume happens. Okay, so I'm thinking about the prehistoric floors from Skull Cavern, and the thing with the prehistoric floors is that prehistoric floors. Well, actually, before I get to prehistoric floors, Iridium bats spawn on floor 51 plus in the Skull Cavern, which should be 171. So it should be like 170? Right? Because they should spawn at floor 121 through 170. And if you subtract 170, this is 50. But the Iridium bat appears on floor 51 plus. And we can actually verify that by going to our bat thing. Can I, like, open shit in, like, a new stuff? I should, like, keep the bat open, like, at all times. Decompile to a new tab. There we go. The thing with the bat is it doesn't care, right? Like, there is minus 789, but this is for cursed dolls. And this is also for cursed dolls because that's that cursed doll.value. And then the default case is to check, right? And then if we're greater than or equal to 171, then we spawn an Iridium bat. And so what I believe would happen is that on a prehistoric floor, it would set it to like 171 or 172 when adding bats to that floor, so that they're always Iridium bats. There's no like special check for a prehistoric floor. It'll just simulate it. It'll simulate like a different thing. So right, so I don't need that. So the red bats only spawn on floors 20 and 40, which is really interesting. I'm still gonna leave it like this, but that's really interesting. Because I did check this, and I was like, why? Like, I was checking it, and I was going through the Skull Cavern, right? Because I wanted to see the Iridium bats transform. And I'm like, I'm not seeing any bats until I got to floor like 51, where there were red Iridium bats, right? Because the mod changes them to red Iridium bats. And I was like, why didn't I see any bats before? Did my mod prevent the regular bats from spawning? And no, it's really that my mod didn't do anything. It's just lava bats are actually very rare in the Skull Cavern, which I didn't realize. So I have to now partition the Skull Cavern. And this should be from 171 to int.max value, ignoring the quarry floor. Right, by partitioning it here, I can now use these config options. So I have that way of doing it, but I think I want to be able to assess what the monster was originally. Because there is a thing, but I will get to that in a moment. This is where I'm going to need the only change bats in Skull Cavern. Why is this a bool? This should not be a bool. It should be a... Actually, wait, yes, it should be a bool. So if I only want to change the bats in the Skull Cavern, I want to return either this is true or this is true. And notably, not the farm. Not is farm. And either, yeah, you don't accept that. That's like Python shit only. Either Skull Cavern red bats dot is at location or the mine level, or Skull Cavern Iridium bats dot is at location for the mine level. Oh yeah, and the config. Alright, so if we're only doing the Skull Cavern bats, then it have to be the Skull Cavern. Actually, I want to refactor this. No, I want to, okay, no, I don't want to refactor. I want to rename it. Actually, if I want is at location. And this is why I like enum types, dude. The enum type would be like perfect for this shit. I instead have to use a struct, which I mean, I guess kind of works, but you know what? I wanna rename this to should transform at location. So if we're only changing the bats in the Skull Cavern, then it's that. Otherwise, I need to figure out what location I'm at. Well, I guess it should be like, if I'm at the mines and I'm transforming, then do it. If I'm at the volcano and I'm transforming, then do it. If I'm at the swamp and I'm transforming, then do it, right? If I'm here and do it, right? So I guess I would just iterate over all of these floor locations. Do I care beyond that? Right? If this is false, then I don't think I care whether I'm on the farm anymore. Because this is just transform them, right? Just transform all of them in those specific locations. So only if this is true do I care about if I'm on the farm, which means this part here can just be not game1 dot current location dot is farm. Oh, can I actually remove? Oh wait, yeah, I can remove the parentheses. The is farm property instead? What are you talking about? Consider using the is farm property. There is no is farm property. Oh wait, there is. I think this is better than it's a farm like this. So now I want to return locations dot. Rejects each element of a sequence into a new form by incorporating the element's index. Turns a specified number of contiguous elements from the start of a sequence. Turns elements from a sequence as long as the specified condition is true. I wanna do a reduce. I need to do a reduction. Groups the elements of a sequence according to a specified key selector function. Correlates the elements of two sequences. Okay, no, we don't want that. Filter a sequence of values based on a predicate. I mean, that also does work here. Simplify it? You want to simplify it? Well, then do that. Simplify it to any. Oh, you can actually specify a predicate? Yo, I didn't. That's good. That's good. So now I want to know if any of these locations should have me transform at the location. If so, then I should transform the bat. And the bat harmony patch, all this needs to do is check if bat transformer dot get instance dot should transform bat with the mine level. Then I set the mine level to 1,000. And then I think for now I'm gonna leave it like that. But what I also want is the ability to preserve the drops, right? Right, like everything here has been used so far, which is great. So now I need a postfix. Modifier prefix take an out parameter called state. You must name it this way or Harmony will not know to pass this to the postfix. Doesn't use null as a signal for we didn't swap the player. And now in the postfix we can see if the state I need to apply a postfix to that. Okay. Okay, and I know exactly what to do. Which means I don't think I actually want floor locations. I think I just want like bat type. Because then this, instead of doing the floor location and instead doing the bat type, what I can do is I can pass that state through. So I want a different struct. I'm gonna actually make a completely different struct and then like do it again. This should be, I guess, an array. Well, I guess it doesn't need to be an array. It can just be floor exclusion. Whoa, what is this? Can I make this like this? Floor exclusion is not equal to floor. Can I do that with a nullable type? I mean, I guess. We'll see. I mean, if the game, like, self-destructs, then I know what the problem is. Okay, so now This is this. This is this. This is wrong one. This. And this is this. Whoops. This is this. Whoops, no. This, pass in this, pass in this, pass in this, pass in that. Now I don't need that. And then I realize I need floor min, floor max, and then no. Which means this doesn't actually need to be like that, because that can just be this. This can telescope into this, which then this telescopes into this, which then does that. Okay. And now I need multiple different bat types to correspond with the different actual bat types in the game. I.e., we have so you're 0 to what are you? You're up to 39. So then we have the frost bat, and then we have the lava bat. And the Skull Cavern lava bat, and the Skull Cavern Iridium bat. Which is probably just Iridium bat. And there's the Magma Sparker and the Magma Sprite. You can be the Sprite. And you can be the Sparker. And you're the Cursed Doll, and then you're the Haunted Skull. And then you're gonna be from 40 to, I believe it's 79. Yeah, 40 to 79 is a Frostbat. You're going to be 80 to 120. You're going to be minus 555, and then you're going to be minus 556. Yeah, the Sprite and the Sparker. And then you're going to remain the same. And you're 121 to 170. And then you're 171 onwards, excluding the quarry floor. And then you are just on the quarry floor. And so then this is the Skull Cavern Lava Bat, I believe. Yeah. And then this is just Iridium Bat. The regular one should transform. Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? Transform bat type. There we go. Now this. Right, see now this one knows to only check these ones because we only change the bats in the Skull Caverns, which would be those ones, and make sure we're not on the farm. And then otherwise, we just get all the bat types, and we check to see if any of them should change. And then in this bat type struct, I can use this to help me later on in the post-fix patch, where I would need to It doesn't even check to see if it's. That's interesting. I wonder if because I'm looking at the code here, right? And there's nothing that seems to care about whether you're a magma spray or not. And so I'm wondering if the magma spray and magma sparker only care um I wonder if the volcano dungeon gives the drops and not the other thing, and not like this. Interestingly, the modify monster loot has it move, which is weird. And then this is what actually draws like the bat texture. Which checks to see if it's a cursed doll or a haunted skull. But these are net fields, so I don't think I can change them. That might be interesting. We're gonna not worry about that. So then I don't need a postfix. I thought maybe I would need a postfix, but I don't. So I thought, oh, do a postfix to like set everything back, like keep track of what mine level it was on and everything else so that I can actually keep track of it, and then when it dies, I can like set everything correctly. This will be is bat type. And it'll just take a floor. And then this will return this. I don't think I can do type, right? That's, oh no, that's not a keyword. Alright, good shit. And this is gonna be the Skull Cavern Lava Bat and the Iridium Bat. Nope, current location dot is farm. I think it needs to be that. I don't need the mine level. This can be internal. This can be internal. Okay, let's see. If the type should transform the bat, I'm sorry, if we shouldn't transform the bat, then we will return false no matter what. Otherwise, I don't need to check this anymore, because I now know that it's true. Right? So if this will return false, but if this is true, like, I guess if this is true, then this becomes false. We move on to this, execution moves here. I already know that should transform bat is true because it's enabled. And now if we're only to change bats in the Skull Cavern, then I want to make sure that we're not on the farm and that our bat type is a Skull Cavern bat. But if that's false, then I believe we just return true here, right? This is just basically an intermediary check to see if we should only change the bats in the Skull Cavern. Otherwise, we should just return true there. And I guess this should also be internal. Bat types dot select. Yeah, so there's no filter. It needs to be. Oops. And there's a predicate. So the first bat type that satisfies this thing, which is the is bat type. So now this patch here. No, this. Oh, I guess I need bat transformer dot bat type. And then if I want to do that, It seems to be void. What am I doing? So now I know what bat type it is. I guess I could try and remember the bat type after the fact. Because I'm in the constructor of this, so I can't access it directly. So what I'd want to do is I'd want to be able to and this would be for the Magma Sprite, Magma Sparker, Cursed Doll, Haunted Skull. Oh, wait, I see. Objects to drop dot clear is what it needs to be, but this doesn't. What? Delegate Funk Bat does not take one object. Oh, wait. Right, this needs to be in action. If you say so. Right, and so now it's going to clear it. It doesn't seem to care that this is a net stringless. I think it's only the net fields that it cares about. That would make sense. So if it's that, But see, now the Iridium bat has different drops. And then when it draws itself, how does it draw itself? This is important. Oh, it's the sprite based off its name. So as long as its name remains Iridium Bat, then I can reload. I can parse the monster info. I believe parsing the monster info will set its drops. Let's decompile this into a new tab. It loads it, objects to drop dot clear, and then it adds this stuff here. No, because I need to know what the original one would have been. Because its name would have changed to Iridium Bat. I need to know what the original one was. That's right. That's why I have the whole bat type struct thing. And now I have to do this. So this is just bat. Hello. This is frost bat. This is lava bat. That's not how you do that. Magma sprite. Magma sparker. I know this is going to be lava bat. This is going to be iridium bat. Oh yeah, because this should allow null here. And that doesn't need a care either. I only care about the cursed doll and the haunted skull. I guess technically this can be a null action. If type dot original, did I not get the original name? That's because it doesn't know what it's doing. That's because I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I need to use reflection to execute this. Holy shit. What does this do? What does this need? Oh, it needs... No, I don't want to do that. Invoke passing in type dot original name. And then it needs an array, dude. Oh, wait. Fuck, I need an array initializer. This part, I don't need to do multiple times. No, not method access exception, you idiot. What does this return? It returns method info, excuse me. And then I can do parse monster info dot invoke. I think I want this. Okay, so now that I have this is all the logic for transferring a bat. What I need now is I need bat transformer dot get instance dot preserve original drops, passing in the original bat that we were. But I still don't have the reference to the bat. Oh, that's interesting. Because I still need to get the bat. And right now, I'm just in a postfix. How do I... It might not be able to. Then the question would be, can a transplier do it? Okay, I definitely don't need a transplier. I just need to be able to access the bat itself. Can I actually specify the bat here and then access that? That would be interesting. Okay, so for starters, this needs to be double. Secondly, I should be able to access the bat here. And then it should inject that, hopefully. Oh wait, this needs to be a double underscore. And that will transform this here, and then what we'll do is we'll perform an action based on whatever thing we want to perform for that action. I don't think we need this, because I don't think we're, like, capturing this stuff, so I don't think it's necessary. We just need to specify what we would need. So now this should hopefully, the idea being that it preserves the original drops that the monster had before it was transformed into a red Iridium bat. And the way it will do that is that it will parse monster info for the original name of the bat, which would be this stuff. But, of course, for our cursed doll and our haunted skull, that's going to still be a problem, because that's not going to work. Because their drops are done differently. And so I will need to, well, first, let's make sure that everything works correctly. If everything works correctly, I can do all of this stuff. I want to build 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 build. I believe in order to do that, I want to build. All right, so this is now built. So if I go back and I go to here and I open up Vortex, I should be able to load the game. And I've already done this and like I've had it like work, quote unquote, before I made all these changes and stuff. And so I have gotten it to work. Now it's just whether or not it'll work with all of this stuff, right? Like that's the thing. I want to collapse these so that they're together. Right, so the empty drops one should just wipe the drops, which it does, and these ones should parse the monster info. Okay, so that's this. I'm gonna double check this folder. I'm gonna open the game mods folder. It's gonna have stuff, and it's gonna have this, and then this config is going to be that, which is fine. And then this is the .dll that I just created right now. So what I can do is I can launch this. It already packaged it directly to the mods folder, which means when I'm done with this, I need to make sure to remove it from the mods folder or like disable it or whatever, because the Vortex won't recognize it as a thing, and so then when I play like actual Stardew tomorrow, I'll actually have this loaded, which I don't want to do. I have this on a different profile, but when I switch profiles, Vortex won't remove that because that folder isn't managed by Vortex. It's weird. So I need it probably like here. Assuming it works. Okay, let's check and make sure that it works. Let me check the Smappy log to see if it because if it screamed at me, then in fact there is a problem. It did say it patched successfully. Okay, I have. You're loud. I have this, which should work. I'm really upset if tomorrow I can't like load my other modded save correctly. It's gonna piss me off. Turn the music off. We don't need it. All right, so I have. Is this what I mean, I guess. Wait. I should check. Make sure the config has been recreated. Yes, so the config's been recreated. And right now, what it is set for is that it should only turn the bats that are in the skull cavern. No, sorry, not bats that are in the skull cavern. It should only turn the Iridium bats into thing. Right? Because they have to be. The config says that yeah, everything else is false, so it should work. All right, so here's how we're going to test this. All right, I'm going to make sure I click the right thing. So I have this. This is a save with a cheat mod installed so that I can warp place and keep time frozen and all this other shit. And I can skip this because I don't need this. All right, and I was testing previously, right? So what I can do is I believe I can, and I also move really fast, yeah. And I have like one hit kill, all this other stuff. All this is just to make life easier. If I go to say here, I can just straight change the time here. And then, according to the game code, it spawns the monsters off screen, like specifically, like intentionally. But, yeah, see, because it spawned this guy off. And I have set my combat level to 10, so I should be able to find one. I just have to wait for a bat to spawn, and then hope that it's an Iridium bat, which is not guaranteed. I don't know if reloading the map will help. But I might also just be waiting a while. I mean, maybe the monster musk is a good idea to try and increase, but I don't know if it actually increases the spawns on like the farm and stuff. I don't really feel like looking into that to find out. I would like to just have my bats, please. Why is it when I play the game normally and I have monsters on the farm, they never leave me the fuck alone, but when I actually want them, they're not gonna be here. They're not gonna be here, dude. Absolutely insane. Alright, we're gonna test that later then. I'm going to warp to... I'm gonna warp to... So this is floor 50. Now on floor 50, there won't be any bats. We know this. But I also know that if I go to floor 40, actually, this is also another thing I'd like to check. If we go to floor 40, I think it has to specifically not be a mummy floor, which it is, which sucks ass, but, you know, whatever. Let's check, floor 20. You didn't. You didn't! Now, there might be bats here. There should be bats here. There should be a chance of bats here. Right? Which there isn't. But I believe I can reload floor 20 a couple times. And then find a red bat here somewhere. I should also maybe give Monster Musk, which I can do here. Slash item add. Okay. Give me a list of commands. Player add. There we go. Oh wait, player add item. God damn it. Okay, what the fuck does player add require? Okay, yeah. I see. It's player add name monster musk. There we go. Holy moly, that took a while. So now if I use this should increase monster spawn rates, which we want. I can actually go back and reload this floor. And there's like nothing. Okay, we're gonna load it again. Given that there hasn't been... Oh, okay, I threw an exception. There we go. Argument exception. Must be specified as namespace.type1.type2 member name. Oh, you gotta be fucking serious. What? You know what? I'm gonna see. Here's what I'm gonna look. Basically all I need is an example. Access tools dot method. There should be a method thing somewhere here. Method. It's a reflection information for a method by searching the type and all its supertypes. Oh, maybe I should use method delegate. I would still need it's a delegate to a given method. The method in the form of type full name member name, where type full name matches the form recognized by type.getType, like sum.namespace.type. So it'd be like stardewvalley.monsters.bat : No, because that's not in. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Yeah, I can just exit. So because I want the parse monster info, which, according to ILSpy, is stardewvalley.monsters.parse_monster_info. So I would presume that this would be Stardew Valley dot monsters dot monster parse monster info, like that. That way, that works. So then if I have a method info, then what I can do is I can actually create a method delegate. Only applies for instance methods. If null, return delegate is an open, aka unbound instance delegate where an instance is supplied as the first argument to the delegate invocation. Else delegate is closed, aka bound instance delegate where delegate invocation always applies to the given instance. Oh, okay, I see. That's interesting. Only applies for instance methods. None of these are. If true and type : name is virtual, invocation of delegate calls the instance method virtually. Instance types most derived / overridden implementation of this method is called. Else invocation of the delegate calls the exact specified type : name is useful for calling base class methods. Note, if false and type : name is an interface method, an argument exception is thrown. Okay. Only applies to instance methods. A lot of this shit only applies to instance methods. So here's what I can do. I can do access tools, not method. I can do access tools dot method delegate. And I don't need to worry about that because I presume delegate args. Oh, only applies to instance methods. And if argument instance is null. This argument only matters if the target type named signature contains a value type, such as a struct or primitive types, and your delegate type argument is replaced by a non-value type, usually object, instead of using said value type. Use this if the generic arguments. What the hell am I reading? Uses if the generic arguments of delegate type doesn't represent the delegate's arguments, and calling this function fails a delegate of given delegate type to given type name. What the fuck? This argument only matters. You know what? I can just leave this. Type arguments cannot be inferred from the usage. Try specifying the type arguments explicitly. Where delegate type is a delegate. Creates a delegate to a given method. But what is the delegate type? Well, this is just a delegate type. Or maybe it's just delegate. Yeah, it's just delegate. Represents a delegate, which is a data structure that refers to a static method or to a class instance and an instance method of that class. So this does refer to a static instance. I try specifying method info object bool cannot be inferred from the usage, but I'm not doing that. Just delegate. Okay. Now it's not gonna allow me to invoke this. But delegate invocation has a dynamic invoke. And I don't know what this requires. Dynamically invokes the method represented by the current delegate. Returns the object returned by the method represented by the delegate. But there is no. So I need to now put type dot. What the hell were you before? Right, this is dynamic invoke. I don't need that. I do need this. This does require, now this is params, so now I don't actually have to specify a full array. I can just do this. And now this will do this. And this should be better because what, starter value.monsters.monster parse monster info. And then we get that, and it's in the monster thing. And so this should do that, and it is static, so hopefully that works. So I have no idea if there was any problem with anything else because this didn't fucking work. Despite the fact that, you know, it's not actually doing this. It just breaks. So rebuild this shit. And then we will relaunch this. I just want to confirm that it did overwrite it. Yeah, checking the timestamp. All right, now I load it again. The patch is successful. Like it's working. And we still got some stuff afterwards too. Like after even if all of this works, there's still a couple of things that I want to do with this after the fact. And I literally don't remember what it was. Awesome. What was it? It was something. It was something. And I don't know what it was. Okay. Let's see here. Hello. I will need to keep this open. I'll keep it open down here. Really annoyed that that's gonna constantly be a thing. We don't want that. But whatever. I will deal with it. So that explains why I didn't see any bats earlier, because it broke in half. And it did in fact break again. Type must derive from delegate. Fuck, dude, are you fucking... What the hell are you talking about? I'm not too sure what this delegate shit is. Like, clearly this is not it. So it said type, what did it say? It said all the way down here. Okay. Argument exception, type must derive from delegate. Parameter type. At system.delegate.create delegate. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What is this even for? There's a typesafe function pointer that references a... See, I'm not familiar with this delegate stuff. Typesafe function pointer that references a method with a specific signature and return type. It allows methods to be passed as arguments stored in variables and invoked dynamically at runtime. Oh shit, I can declare custom types using a delegate keyword where I do that, and then I can actually assign it to that, provided it matches the signature. And then I just invoke that. Oh, wait. Hold on. So you're telling me that this can be a static read-only delegate. It needs to be a void. All right, I don't need read-only. I don't think read-only is valid here either. Yeah, read-only is not valid here either. So then this, what do you, oh, string name. And then this should be a private static read only. And I guess I probably don't actually need that. Oh, you do. You not be inferred from the usage. Okay, so then I have this delegate, right? And then this specifies this, and now I don't even need a dynamic invoke. I can literally just do this. And then that delegates to this, which is just a fancy type. So now the type derives from delegate, right? Because it uses a delegate keyword. Okay. I'm on board. I'm on board. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. I will admit that. Let's relaunch and try it again. Okay, let's do this. From the top, again. Skip this shit. Again. Pause this shit again. Fucking turn the volume off again. Every time I gotta do that. Set it to 11. My fucking mod just exploded instantly. Not bind to the target method because its signature is not compatible with that of the delegate type. What do you mean that's not compatible? Cannot bind to the target method because its signature is not compatible with that of the delegate type. Cannot bind to the target method because its signature is not compatible with that of the delegate type. What do you mean? Also, this is not actually... Wait a second. Hold on. What? How's this even working? What if I just do this? Oh, is it because... Oh, because the delegate type specifies the fucking parameters for it, so I don't actually need to do that in the method delegate thing. Because the delegate type that I created, the parse monster info delegate type, actually specifies the signature of the function. Which is why that wouldn't work before. We are actually gonna pass the day quick because I will hurt someone. Thankfully, thank God that now I no longer have to worry about that cutscene. Alright. Goodness gracious. Okay, so it's done. Now I can launch the game. Right, because this was now this is now a 20 kilobyte file, which is very, very small. Alright, load this shit. But what I can see is that it is trying to change the bats. Well, the patch is recognizing itself, and considering I get 2 errors, I'm going to assume I get the 2 errors because of my prefix and postfix calls. So there is that. Make sure I click the right thing. Okay, good shit. Now it is raining. Good shit. And now we can change the time. I can pull up the Smappy log to make sure that I can see it so that when the game explodes, I'm promptly aware that it is because I fucked up. Yep. I can't bind it. I still can't bind it. I really want to use this delegate thing, but it's not working. And create both static and instance-bound delegates by passing a matching method info. Find a delegate that matches the target's method signature. For instance methods, the first parameter must accept the target class instance, which is not what I'm doing, so I don't need to worry about that. And then I have an instance for that. And then my method info. And then I bind it to the delegate type. Oh, okay, so I think what it wants me to do, I know this is an AI summary, but like, fucking teach me C# rapidly, please. Okay, so I think I don't know what I'm doing. That's fine. So this can actually be a new, this can be access tools dot method, right? And then this will give me method info, which I can actually use. And then I can do type of monster, right? And then it's going to be parse monster info, right? I now no longer need to specify like the full namespace, right? I have access tools dot method, and then this gives me the method. It gives me the reflection information of the method. And then I bind it to this. So now I have the method info. And the parse monster info, I swear to God, the parse monster info, it requires a fucking string. It's right here. It's a string. Just a string. Just a string. But now I don't actually need to specify the parameters. Oh, wait. I think I know what my problem was. My problem was not any of that. I'm a genius idiot. Also, it does change its display name. Oh, it changes display name, but not its actual name. Right? Yeah, because that's base.name. So if I parse the monster info, will it change the name? No, it's just the display name of it. I hope. Well, at that point, I've already set it to all of that and like reloaded the whole sprite of it and everything. It's only at the very end where I reparse that monster info. So this actually needs a monster for the instance that I'm doing it on. Because I'm a genius somehow. Somehow I'm a fucking genius. Right? And so this needs to pass the bat here. That was my actual problem. Not necessarily the way I was doing this, though I will say I do like this better. Because it's less like hard-coded stuff. I get the parse monster info from the monster class and then make a method delegate of it. Instead of having to like specify, I want to say like the full package, like the full qualified name, which I guess is technically correct, but it's more like the namespace name because C#. But like that's sort of the Java equivalent. Now I don't actually have to do that because I've sort of just done a class reflection to get this specific method, and then we have it assigned to a delegate. So that's good. Build that. Do that again one more time. This time, I'm actually positive that this works because I know what the problem was now. Let me just confirm that this has been updated. Yes, I just want to always do that because I never know, right? Sometimes you never know. Okay, so this should work now. I feel confident even. Confident. I feel like my game is upset. No, my game's fine. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do it. This time, dude. This time. Hold on. Let me pull up the log here. Okay. So now, if I drop to here, oh shit, you know what? It didn't actually fucking explode. Which is probably a good thing. See, now this is just a lava bat, which notably has not been changed. And notably only dropped bat wings. It did not drop a battery pack, or like solar essence, or any of that nonsense. I do need a regular, I do need, not a regular bat, I need an Iridium bat. Here. So, if you're gonna be a dickhead, then fine. I'm gonna just go to... So if I go to 20, right? Boom. Bat. Other bat. That are dead. Then if I go to 40... well actually since this is a mummy floor, it won't actually do that. But now I can go to 51, and then it should, these should be red Iridium bats like all the way down. If they spawn at all, which they did, you can see it. It's right up here. And it did drop Iridium ore. It did drop the correct things. I mean, there was never really a question of whether or not that would drop the right thing or not. I kind of knew it would. Devilish indeed. See? Look at this, dude. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Right? But again, it won't do. If I go to floor 40, actually I need to go up and then out. If I go to floor 40, only lava bats spawn on this floor, not Iridium bats. And so you'll see these are just lava bats. And they only drop bat wings. Right, so pretty good. Now, if I warp to the farm, I need to get an Iridium bat to spawn on the farm. I am of a high enough combat level. I've set my combat level correctly. I just need the bat to show up. I do have monster spawns enabled on the farm. Though it don't fucking look like it. Actually, I'm curious if I set the time back to morning. Oh, I hear a bat. Oh, that's just a regular bat. Be gone. And then if I set it to like late, that's pretty fucking late actually. I did get some more spawns. I hear bat. That's just a lava bat. That's also just a lava bat. That's just a regular bat. Gotta listen for the bat flaps. I want to see my red Iridium bat on the farm. Oh my gosh, there it is. There it is. The fucking menace to society. I tie it to bad luck days. I did not tie it to bad luck days. It's just all bats. It doesn't fucking matter. It's just all bats. Or well, it's just all red. It's just all Iridium bats. And so now we must explore the logical extensions. First off, I need to check a couple things. Because, the quarry mine does... The haunted skulls are actually Iridium bats. They are. So, we should be able to see regular haunted skulls here. Yes, haunted skulls. These are just plain old haunted skulls. Right? Don't worry. Everything will be fine. You will receive the help that you need. So now, if I go to mod option, I wonder if... Yeah, there is no... I don't have a specific thing for it. I will need to add mod menu stuff. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But, now, we can also verify... You can verify that I'm gonna sneeze. Nah, it's not happening. Can I... Player, add item, Iridium, watering, and... Can I do that? Oh, wait, count must be an integer and at least one. Give me one. Oh, player add name, not item. Name. Okay. So, I don't need this, but I can't get rid of it. So, whatever, who gives a shit? I need this for a very specific reason. Because we are going to the... I don't want to go to the volcano dwarf shop. I just want to go to the volcano, but I guess we're just here now. The idea being that the magma sparkers are also iridium bats. And the magma sprites, not these guys. These guys down here, they count as iridium bats. But they are still their normal jovial selves. Right? Good stuff. The cursed dolls also do count, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have a solid way of testing that unless I want to spend a lot of time turning kids into doves, which sounds like a lot more effort than it's worth just to verify that they are in fact that, because if everything else works, then they should work too. I think that's pretty reasonable. But now, of course, there is the logical extension. The logical extension is to turn all bats into red iridium bats. All bats. Which will require me to reload. So we will turn all bats into red iridium bats. Yeah, everything. And then so first all bats, and then that's exactly it. Everything, right? And just to show, I have that set up. I have turned all bats, then to only change the bats in the skull cavern, but leave everything else. So that would only change the lava bats on floors 20 and 40, and then all the iridium bats. But everything else would remain the same. To change the haunted skulls, change the magma sprites, change the haunted dolls, and to make sure that they keep their original drops. So the red iridium bats that so now if I go to like the frost floors and I find red iridium bats there and I kill them there, I shouldn't get like battery packs or solar essence or iridium ore stuff. It should just give me the regular stuff that the bat was supposed to normally drop that I replaced, right? That's the idea for that. And that's set to true. So I'm setting this field here to true. And we're gonna see it. We're gonna see it in action. Right? Thankfully, this game does not take as long to load up compared to Minecraft. It just takes a couple moments. I will need to give myself that. I'm gonna give myself that watering can back. I mean, I guess I technically don't need to because I just warped to the shop and stuff. So, let me make sure we have this set up. There we go. So, all bats, right? We have all bats. Did I see Mojang bumped up the recommended PC specs for Java? Oh, when did they do that? And there it is. And notably, that just dropped bat wings. That was probably just like a lava bat. Yeah, it looks like it's looks like 21st. What did they bump it to? Because I know it was Java, like it's. Oh wait, the minimum PC specs. I'm thinking minimum Java version, which is different. They're on Java 21, but the minimum PC specs. What are they intending on doing to that game, bro? Wait, I feel like this is going to be like, okay, now you can't play this game. Like, you might already have Minecraft, and you might be able to run it on an earlier version, but like now the more modern versions require beefier computers, and it might be like, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be running Minecraft on this version, on like your PC, even though your PC could run the older versions fine, even though the older versions weren't that really like optimized. Like 1.12 wasn't really like that optimized, but if we talk like 1.16 whatever, when they started like optimizing things, I think like the computers probably could run that version a little bit better, but now that they're adding more stuff, those computers might not be able to run it well anymore, so they might bar those computers from running the versions that they can run, like, well enough. Minimum, this means a 64-bit system, 8 GB RAM with a discrete GPU, or 12 GB with an integrated graphics, a 4-core processor, and a Vulkan 1.3 compatible GPU with at least 2 GB of VRAM. This includes 16 GB of RAM, a stronger modern processor, and a more compatible graphics card with 6 GB of VRAM. Wow, dude. So many laptops are just not going to be able to meet the minimum specs. Because many laptops are 8 GB of RAM with integrated graphics. But you need 12 GB of RAM with integrated graphics. Not to mention you also need a Vulkan compatible GPU. But what I think they should do is that, I mean, the older versions of Minecraft don't run on Vulkan. So like, I don't know, it seems really messy. I'm sure maybe they've handled it. I mean, I want to say I'm sure maybe they've handled it, but maybe they haven't. Anyway, what we need to do is we need to go to the mines. We need to go visit our bats. There it is. The fucking menace to society. Just there. You get to floor 31 and you just get mugged by a red bat. Like, yo, that's messed up. And you know what else we can do? Gotta keep up with that triple shot espresso. Yeah, I mean, right now I have cheats, so I've given myself like far more speed. But yeah, like normally it'd be absolutely crazy. So what I want to actually do here is I want to player add. I want to give myself, what is it? Oh, yeah, name Monster Musk. And I'm sure you can see where this is headed now. So now that I have this, the monster spawns are going to be higher, which means we will see more of these bats, and we'll even see like those bat infestation things more often. Wow, I just absolutely pickaxed that dude and he was just gone. There we go. Nothing here. But it also might not do. It might not give me the infestation thing, because that might be tied to the time progressing, and the time has not progressed. The time won't progress because I have time frozen. I should have added red Iridium bats to the Terraria collab. That would have been cool, except not many people know what these things are. These things are, like, unknown entities. Like, barely anyone knows them. Fucking there it is. They should have at the very... I mean, I don't know what they added. Did they add regular Iridium bats to that game? Because I feel like they definitely should have done that. Because the regular Iridium bats, those things are fucking iconic. Right? Like... There it is. Also, if I took off invincibility, I would instantly get fucking mauled. What I am gonna do, though, is I can set the time all the way to the beginning. And I can unfreeze the time. This allows this to happen. I'm just gonna let them all spawn. We're gonna see what they There's a couple. I would say there's a couple bats. That was satisfying. They only added 2 pets and a food item. What? Hello. Well, welcome to I don't need a slingshot for this. Welcome to my worst fucking idea ever. I actually have a sword now, though. Is it faster than my scythe? It probably is. It is. There it is. There it is! There he is! And now he's dead. Give me the that first encounter with them was still great. It was beautiful. What's the idea? The idea is basically the stream title. I'm turning every bat into a red Iridium bat. Which, of course, in case you didn't know, are bats that have, like, double the health, 3 times the damage, they move, like, twice as fast, like, they're your regular Iridium bats, but they're on complete steroids. Yeah, that idea, right? That's what we're doing. So we have seen the bats. I mean, I guess technically I haven't seen the lava bats. We haven't seen the lava bats turn into the red Iridium bats, so we're gonna see that, too. Cause we saw the all the other different types of bats. So I mean, we technically did because we saw them in the Skull Cavern. They built to stop Skull Cavern staircases, and now they will harass you. They could harass you as early as like floor whatever, like 10 or whatever. I don't believe the game is upset. No, the game is currently not upset, so I'm just not getting any spawns, dude. Which is unfortunate. Wait, I had, no, I don't have, never mind. There really ain't any of the fucking bats here. Show me a bat. Show me a bat. I want to see them. Did I miss a ladder? I don't think I did. I really should just give myself staircases. Oh, did you hear that? There he is! Alright, we've verified it all, right? Let's freeze time everywhere again. And what I want to do is, of course, I have to verify a couple of other things, right? For starters, let's just make sure that the regular Iridium bats are being transformed, right? I can check that the Skull Cavern bats are as well. See, there he is. There he is. They're gone. There are many, many fucking bats. I can now go to 40 and check to make sure that the red bats here are changed, and they are, because these are normally supposed to be red bats, so that's why they're just dropping bat wings. But now, if I go to, say, 55, we'll encounter a dinosaur, apparently. Red Iridium bats for the next darkest dungeon. Dude, that's the next darkest dungeon update. It's just the red Iridium bats. That'd be really dumb and funny. I'm here for it. Okay, send me, I guess. Whatever. Wow, are you fucking serious? How far do I have to go to see a regular-ass Iridium bat that's supposed to be replaced with a Iridium bat that is red? Oh wait, there it is. Boom. And it did drop. It had the right drops, right? It didn't drop bat wings. It dropped Iridium ore and an Iridium bar as well. So you can see that depending on where you beat the red Iridium bat, it has the corresponding drops that it's supposed to have for like whatever bat it replaced. That's important. Don't want you getting Iridium early just because you can go to floor 30, 31 and farm a couple regular bats. Well, I mean, you're still trying to beat red Iridium bats, so I mean, really, it's not like you have much of a cheese thing going on here, right? You're still gonna have a bad time, right? But now, what I want to do is, of course, verify that this setting hasn't messed up these, because these are technically Iridium bats in the game. But these should be your regular haunted skulls, which they are. Right? And, of course, if I go to the shop here and then go here, we should be able to find, yep, these are just regular magma sparkers. Alright. Now, of course, we must take the next logical step. I have turned Iridium bats into red Iridium bats. I have turned all bats into red Iridium bats. The next logical step is to turn all bat class enemies into red Iridium bats. which is what we are going to do. Now there is, I am allowed to specify like an update key, which is like kind of cool, I guess, but I don't know. All right. And now I will turn all bats, all flying bat-like enemies, which does not include the serpents. So you will still have to worry about the serpents, which is awesome. So, if I go to the quarry, Harvey's gonna be a rich man. He's gonna be a rich man. Oh god. So yeah, this is a thing. I wonder if I can like train them together. Oh, I kinda am. I kinda am. They're just all dead. Now, you notice that they aren't dropping anything. I'm not strong enough to break that. They're not dropping anything because this game does the Haunted Skull drops and the Cursed Skull drops differently, and I have not implemented that. So right now, it just wipes their drops, but they currently don't have any drops. But I'm supposed to give them their drops, so we gotta fix that so that they have their drops. Right? Because they're supposed to have... They're supposed to do the thing. I think I actually... Yeah, because it parses Iridium Bat and then it clears it. It clears the drops. So these are just Iridium Bats with like a fancy skin, which I have now revealed by being a regular Iridium Bat. Or specifically, a red one. Now what we can do is we can also warp to here, and then here. And we will be able to see in the volcano dungeon when it chooses to spawn, which it doesn't really want to, but, you know, whatever. I did not want to fucking pick that up. Holy shit. We can see a regular Iridium bat, or a red one, actually, in the volcano dungeon. It's not even hitting me. Dude, I'm not even moving. Okay, now it is. And it drops a Cinder Shard. Wait, dude. When it plays that sound, I need to know. I gotta know, when it plays that sound, it's supposed to spawn like a magma sprite, right? Or a magma sparker. Is it just a bat? I mean, it should be, right? It should just be a bat. I don't know what's going on over here, but they're denied. Oh my god, you hear the bat flaps? It's just a fucking bat. It plays the magma sprite sound, but then just spawns a bat. And they can drop golden walnuts too, so that's cool. It's just, you're like, alright, dude, magma sprites, magma sparkers, we're fine. And then it's just bats. So that's kind of neat. Now I need to... I think I need to patch the extra drop items. To set cursed doll.value equal to true. If preserved drops is set. That Batwing sound effect is gonna haunt people. They're gonna be like, oh, magma spark, flap, flap, flap. Oh shit. So, I had the preserve original drops, which is great. Implies it doesn't already. This is also true. And so we've seen that on the quarry floor, it'll turn the haunted skulls. Again, the only thing I haven't checked is the cursed dolls, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about that. Because I'm pretty sure it fucking works. All right. I also don't feel like going through the hassle to get one to spawn, and I don't think I have a way to like force spawn it. So I could add like commands and stuff to, I guess, maybe spawn one, but I'm not going. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be honest. It's fine. So now the thing is that this returns the action where it does b.objects to drop.clear, right? Because it needs to do that on those. It needs to do that because this is what it does for the haunted skulls, and that's what it does for the cursed dolls, right? We can actually see that like right here, right? This is the method, and it's checking. I know it's kind of small, but like that. There's no real good way to have this code visible and this code visible at the same time. But since this is the main code I'm working on, this is just going to be small down here. But it does say it checks a cursed doll.value and a haunted skull.value. And so what I can do is I can check if they're cursed doll, I can set cursed doll to true. If they're haunted skull, I can set haunted skull and cursed doll to true because it needs to have both of them. And I'm not too sure. Now, I think the problem is setting it to true. This is a net field, and so it might bitch that that's not a great way to do it, because you don't want to change those fields, because those fields are like they're being passed back and forth and stuff. But I got news for you. It doesn't matter, because in the prefix, I'm going to set it to true, and in the postfix, I'm going to set it back to whatever it was before. So it doesn't matter. Right? And they are publicly accessible fields, so that's good. And this is why I would love to just have an enum instead of a struct, dude, because I'd love to be able to add like a method here and then override it for like the specific types, and then it would be beautiful. It would work, but it doesn't, which sucks. Unless I change this from a struct, because I don't think C# structs can have like I don't think they can have abstract methods or like virtual methods or whatever. Yeah, they're value types. They're always implicitly sealed because abstract methods require a derived class of an implementation. They're fundamentally incompatible with structs. Yeah, okay. Let's use interfaces instead. Yeah, but yeah, so I'm thinking that I need to change it from a struct. It's gotta be a class. But what I want to know now is the virtual methods. Virtual methods provide a default implementation, so virtual methods might actually be really useful in a lot of these contexts. I just want to know about regular virtual methods. It has a default implementation, but can be overridden in derived classes. So if I make an abstract class, can I have anonymous classes? I can have an anonymous class, right? Anonymous types, right? I can. No, I want an anonymous class. Oh, it doesn't? Okay, there's a whole bunch of shit here. What is this? Do I want to know what this is? Holy fuck. There's really no anonymous classes. Fuck, bro. So I would then have to see. I just want to specify a couple of types that have a couple of specific functionality. That just doesn't work. That's just not possible here. The only way I can specify, custom stuff is by passing around like function pointers and shit. Which I guess is a thing. I mean, that's how I did this. So then I guess I would have a private read-only, and then like this would be what I would have to specify each thing for. Right? And so then this would specify a thing, and then this would specify a thing, and I guess I sort of get the behavior I want, but it's kind of annoying. This should be a func, right? And it takes a bat. Bat. I guess I could. I don't know if I want to do this or move this to here. Actually, it probably makes a lot more sense to have this go here, copy all of this over to here. This I misspelt. And then this is going to just be this. It's going to telescope to name enabled null, I think. I don't want to do anything. Floor min, floor max, floor exclusion. And I no longer need this. And then in order to fix this, I just want to go here and declare that this is a nullable field. And it does that. And I guess I could connect this. Right, if I wanted to also have this. But now I can specify that for the cursed doll. Oh, but it has to change it there and then change it back. Actually, I hate that. Take this back. You can see every single fucking typo I make. It's kind of awesome. I think it's much better. Like, I hate having this like hard-coded kind of stuff. I'd like to have all this encoded into the actual type itself, but there's no good way for it as far as I see it. There's nothing good. It's not it's no bueno. It's not good. All right, so we're not gonna worry about it. Instead, what I want to do is I mean, there might be a good way, but I just don't know it offhand because I'm not that familiar with the language. We're just gonna have another internal method here. And should this be... Actually, wait, no, shouldn't it just be here? Oh, wait, yeah, so that's the preserve original drops. Alter extra drops. Or I guess it should be preserve extra drops. This can be void. Or, no. I need a struct here. This can also be read-only. Extra drop types. Sure. First doll. And then we have a read-only bool for cursed doll and haunted skull. And this should return an extra drop type. I really should have taken more CS classes. We're getting into it, dude. It's fucking crazy. Wait, but this does not have. Oh wait, can I not do new here? Are you unnecessary? Cannot be declared in the scope because that name is used in enclosing scope. Oh shit. And now it says it's unnecessary, right? I really should have a constructor here. This is probably extra drop type. And this is also internal. Internal extra drop type. Gotta get going. Alright, see you later. Bool is cursed. Bool is haunted. And then it's gonna be cursed doll equals is cursed, and then haunted skull equals is haunted. Right, so now I've got this. So then here, I need to specify, I need to get b dot is cursed doll.value. And then I need b.haunted skull.value. This is the original stuff that it had, which will pretty much always be false and false. But that's fine. So now what I want to know is up here when we're loading this, I set cursed doll value to true here, and then for the haunted skull, which is on the quarry floor, I also set haunted skull value to true. So I need to check to see if it's cursed. If empty drops dot contains type, then I do b dot cursed doll equals true. Oh, I need to do b dot cursed doll dot value equals true, and then b dot haunted skull dot value equals type is haunted skull. Just check to see if it's this. Operator equals cannot be applied to the operands of bat transformer bat type. Oh, is it because a constant value? Oh, wait. Can I make this const? Oh, it cannot be declared const. Wow. Okay, so we can't do that. What I can do is I want to see if it's that. No, it doesn't accept the triple equals. Why can you not accept that? Because I haven't defined the operator. I just want to see if the reference is the same. It's because it's a struct, isn't it? Holy shit, dude. It don't work because it's a struct. I have to override the equals. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I can just override the equals to compare these though. I don't need to compare this predicate. This predicate doesn't matter. Now how do I override that? Okay, so this will work. That type T1, that type T2. Then this needs to return. It also requires a matching operator to also be defined. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Return T1 dot floormin equals T2 dot floormin. And T1 dot floor max equals T2 dot floor max. T2. This can be defined as returning not T1 equals T2. Right, so now I've specified it. I have specified it. I can remove the parentheses off of this now. It does not override object.equals. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Override object.equals. Use pattern matching? Okay, use pattern matching. Nice. Else return false. Doesn't match overridden member, possibly because of null ability attributes. Right, because this could be null, right? And now you want me to also override hash code. Do not implicitly convert. Oh, wait, yeah. Whoops. Can I like hash code this? Yeah, hash code. I don't know if this is actually a good idea, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Point is, my warning is gone, everything is fine, life is good, except for this. And then I want to return extra type, which I believe is always going to return this being set to false and this being set to false. So I don't think I even need this struct because I'm fairly positive that, well, if I turn it into a bat, then what I do know is that it's going to be floor 1000, and so because of that, the mine level is going to be greater than or equal to 171, so it's going to make it an Iridium bat, and then it's going to do this and it's going to do this, which means these are always going to be false values, which means I never need this struct ever. Right? Like this is completely irrelevant. Just set it here, and then after, in the post, just set it to false, because it's always going to be false. I don't need this. This is a bunch of baloney. Alright, so now, in my patch, I need internal static void altered extra drops. And this is going to, I don't need any state to be passed here. I don't think this is gonna have anything. I don't believe there's any extra drops here. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. But I do need the instance, so I need instance. Right, so now that I have this instance, what I can do is I can pass that bat along with the bat type, right? So I can do bat transformer dot preserve extra drops, doing bat transformer dot get bat type. Oh, but I won't know what it was supposed to be. So then here, this should be this should do something different. It should set this, right? And then if the type is haunted skull, then I do b dot cursed, or sorry, b dot haunted skull dot value equals true, I think. Nope, I can't do that because it will it'll change the way it's drawn, which I don't want to do. So I do have to drop all this. It does have to be in the very specific thing. Huh, that's interesting. How can I know? Because I don't have the mind level anymore because that was just created then. So this is not. That's not okay. Now, does the monster actually have anything that I can use here? Can I just go to monster? Do you have some form of ID? This is the NPC, and now I need to see if they have any sort of ID. I don't think they do. Oh, they do! This is not helpful, actually. In that case, after I've changed the bat to that, how would I know what's supposed to drop? It could be, it's technically tied to, like, what map we're on. Also not really. Because I don't know if I can pass that instance around and use that instance as a reference to, like, some sort of ID or whatever. I just don't think that'll work. So in that case, I could change it. Okay, where is Cursed Doll accessed from? Not Cursed Dale, Cursed Doll. Shed chunks. Fucking don't know what that's used for. Job of all layers, which is yes. And there's that. How can I... I guess I could check to see by checking the location of the map that I'm on. But that wouldn't actually work either, because for the cursed dolls, they don't really have a map. They don't really have, like... Yeah, I guess it'd be weird, because you can get one... I think you can fight one in the farmhouse, I'm not too sure. I need something that's, like, unique to this bat that I could use as some sort of ID to indicate which bat is which. Unless I just throw its extra drops into its actual drops, but I don't know if that's a good idea. So, like, what I could do is I could clear the list, and then I could just set the values for the corresponding type, like cursed doll.value, haunted skull.value. Call get extra drop items, because this... Oh, this is a net string list, not a list of items. Oh, that wouldn't even work. That would not even work. I wonder if I can even do this. I mean, I definitely should be able to. The only other way I could see of doing this is leaving get extra drop items alone, But then in every other method, I would need a prefix and a postfix to set the haunted skull value and the cursed doll value back to what they were before, and then like set them to false before the method calls. Which like I really don't want to do because there's a lot of places where that's called, right? So that would be on take damage, right? I need to do it on take damage. I need to do it on shed chunks, whatever that does. I'd need to do it on draw above all layers. And I might need to do it on init net fields as well. And so that can't be a good idea, right? Like what we're gonna have to do instead is we're gonna actually have to keep track of the bats. I guess I don't need to have this on a separate thing. This can just be here. Wait, no, but I want... Oh, I need to change it to being that one. Uh... I guess I can just do this. So I no longer need the bat type because I can't get the bat type, I just need the bat. And this needs to not be static. And I guess here is where I will put this. I guess I can do that? Can I assign this in the same statement? Yeah, I can. Every time I spell bail, I die inside. So this is just going to be preserve extra drops passing in the instance. Get instance. I also need to get instance call here. So now that I have that, now I can go here and I can patch. I can do another patch. Harmony.patch. And the, whoops, that's not the right thing. And the original is going to be access tools.method. I need type of Stardew Valley.monsters.bat. And what does this need? It's the type, and then it needs the name, which should be, according to this, get extra drop items. Though I'm not sure if that's what I actually want. Yeah, I should do name of. That'd be get extra drops, I think. I think it's get extra drop items. There we go. And then the prefix is going to be a new harmony method. It's going to be type of bat harmony patch, and then it's going to be name of bat harmony patch. Sure. Alter extra drops. Sure. Yeah, that'll work. So now, hopefully the idea is that we will track now. But only if we've got this, right? We'll clear the drops and then we'll add this bat instance to the list. I'm gonna hope that it's gonna I hope that it's gonna track it. I might want to wipe this list at the start of a day. That might be a thing that I need to do. Alright, but let's see if it actually works. Right, like that's the most important part. Hold up. What's going on? Yeah, alright, cool. Alright, so I should be able to check if that works. I mean, I think I had debug set to true, right? No, I had debug mode set to false. That's awesome. That's awesome. Which means that it's not going to be helpful. No, don't do that. Do this. Okay. We're gonna check to see if this works. If this works, I will be marginally impressed. So that is correct. I think. Yeah, look at that. It dropped a prehistoric skull, which is 100% the right thing for you. Interesting, because the bats don't normally drop the prehistoric skulls, that's for sure. But see, now there's actually a lot of other bats, because there's a lot of bats that were just created, right? And that's a bat that was just created, but see here. I normally don't have that many drops, I'm guessing. Let's see, but now there's a lot of extra bats that are stored in memory, which is going to cause a problem, right? So I mean, I guess technically it is still the same bats, so I can wipe at the start of a day. That makes a lot of sense. I'm actually gonna wait for this time to tick to see if it randomizes it again. I don't think it will, though. I think it's the same. Yeah, it's the same layout. So in that case, that actually worked, which was pretty darn interesting. Oh wait, yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, so neat, nice. I know that Magma Sparker and stuff already work because they drop the Cinder Shards and stuff, which is the only thing they're supposed to drop. A Cursed Doll, I think, technically has some slightly different drops, but I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't really fucking matter. Now, for the Desert Festival, that might be interesting, because I'm pretty sure the Desert Festival, if you get the skeletons to appear, it will spawn the Haunted Skulls, which will then be Red Iridium Bats. Which should still be fine, and should be tracked, and should drop the right things. So I don't know, that seems like it works. I mean, I do still have, I do still have a couple things I need to do here, right? Because I need to make sure that, the this gets wiped at the start of a day, so I believe there is a event handle I can listen to that can just clear that list. I believe there is a Smappy event for this now. The question is, can I figure out what that is without spending forever trying to understand that? Events. Boom, on day started. I do helper dot events dot game loop dot day started. And I can specify it just like that. and then it will just reset it at the beginning, and that's all I needed to do. That's literally all I needed. Good. All right. So I've got I guess that's basically it, right? Like that's it. That's the whole thing. That's that's the mod. I'm gonna have to release it now. There's a couple things. Um, I think in the manifest here, right? There's like update keys, which might be interesting to actually have in case I need to update it. I need to figure out how that works, but that is not for right now. This is gonna wrap it for me. So that's gonna be it for me. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for watching, joining me on this adventure. This was pretty silly, but got me pretty comfortable with Harmony and some stuff like that too, which is gonna be really useful for DDD. So we're feeling pretty good about that. I will also figure out how to add an update key for this, and then I think that's it. So then I might just straight release it, which will be kind of sick. So I'll look into that update key and I'll release it today probably. Which is kind of sick. So I might double check to make sure I have everything, but I feel like I do. So all right, that'll be it for me. I'm gonna remember to remove this from my install when I play Stardew tomorrow, so that I don't have to deal with red iridium bats tomorrow just randomly. That would be kind of bad. So yeah, we wouldn't want that. And that'll be it. I'll check you guys later. You all take care. Peace out.